could swear my attention. I'm a working bitch, ain't got no time for dick. Sure as fuck can't sway my attention. Too tired to entertain little boys. I'm the boss of my business, I should invoice. And one strike two, I'm self-employed. Swear my blue vibrator brings me more joy. If you wanna play second fiddle to my job, wanna be side dick in a one-stop shop, let me know. Let me know. Cause I do well for myself. Nothing you do is extraordinary. Taxing on my mental health. And my last boyfriend was cautionary. I'm a working bitch, ain't got no time for dick. You wish you could sway my attention. I'm a working bitch, ain't got no time for dick. Sure as fuck can't sway my attention. I love my day job, fuck a blow job. What's the point? It's all deja vu. They don't give me what I want. Money makes some, making money better than the dick. Pussy Play-Doh, pussy like her pocket stick. Now he looks stressed cause he know that I don't need him. Mouth open, baby bird, I'm not gonna feed him. Yeah, I'm big on boss. I'm a working bitch, ain't got no time for dick. You wish you could sway my attention. I'm a working bitch, ain't got no time for dick. Sure as fuck can't sway my attention. Cause I do well for myself. Nothing you do is extraordinary. Taxing on my mental health. And my last boyfriend was cautionary. I'm a working bitch, working bitch, working bitch. I'm a working bitch, ain't got no time for dick. You wish you could sway my attention. I'm a working bitch, ain't got no time for dick. Sure as fuck can't sway my attention. I'm a working bitch, working bitch, working bitch. I'm a working bitch, working bitch, working bitch. I'm a working bitch.
Well, you know, Johnny always wore black, and he wore black because he identified.
Yo, chat. What's going on, everybody? How are we doing? How's it going tonight? We are getting a really late start, but that's okay. This is the DMCA stream. We're going to play normal music and say fuck it. How's it going, Amanda? Good to see you. Shorty's in the house. Terry's here. I thought I saw some KDA back there. How's everybody doing? I didn't market the shit out of this stream, so there might be a smaller crowd. Anita, how's it going? Passion is here. Hey, yo. I'm watching more stuff on Nigeria. I found another one I hadn't seen yet. It was like Dangerous Journeys, something Nigeria. Damn. No, well, if there's anything we learned last night, it did not take a lot of people for a party. Oh my God. The Night Owls were awesome last night. Absolutely awesome. So, let's do something. Oh, I had skipped a few steps getting set up. So, we'll have to fix some things as we go. But let's do it. Oh, there's one thing. Alright. Hey, bunch of new stream avatars, by the way. Like a truckload of new stream avatars. Browser. What are we on? Twitter? Twitter. Boom. And then let's fix the other one while we're at it. Tell him that God's gonna cut him down. Angelic. Hello. Darling, how are you doing? You are truly an angel. Oh my God. Our Nigerian friend has been blowing up my Twitter like, what do you want me to do? I'll do anything. This is amazing. I'll do it. Do you want me to come on the stream again? When can we be on the stream? He's just literally blowing me up. Oh, so good. So we got some follow-ups to start with. And then we'll do it. By the way, everybody, Angelic, remember I was telling you about Amanda yesterday? Amanda's here. There's their... Oh, what? I did it wrong. There we go. Go drop them a follow. I owe so much of my success to Amanda at Scambait Beyond and Whiskey. Oh, we will, Realms. We will. I'm doing well. I'm feeling a lot of energy today. I don't know why. And I just was sitting here. It's like, well, I'm bored. I could go lay in bed and try to fall asleep. I was like, that's no fun. Fuck it. So here we are. Okay. Oh, look at that.
They have given 27 gifts.
Yo. Thank you, Angelic. I appreciate you. There you go, Amanda. You're the sweetest. Oh my God. Oh my God. The Twitch, I like the Twitch one. The Pac-Man's pretty cool. The Michael Jackson. Have you seen the Michael Jackson? Oh my God. There's some really good ones now. And I went and just made them all available to everybody. Okay, so we started. I checked a few of these. Still up, sadly. But Daddy Ababot from yesterday gone. Oh, Sexbots on YouTube. Flap those real quick. Now, Amanda, you got to get used to all the Twitch lingo. I guarantee you that's going to be the hardest part because I'm still learning Twitch lingo today. All right, bots are gone. Daddy Ababat. Abba bye bye. Another class. That class I don't teach yet. Oh, let's copy paste. Ababat. Cash app. Yesterday. Suspended. Red dots, baby. The red dots are legendary. Oh, it's spinning today. Yay. Nice. Camstus. Chris, how's it going? David White. Let's see what's happened here. If anything happened, this one's got to come down. He was way too good. He was really good. Very, very convincing. Eve. Larry Rawlings is still up. Help Daddy. I know Flowers Hope is still there. Help Daddy. I was either wanted to do the different fonts for each letter or do it like ransom note style where it's like cut out of different newspapers and magazines and then pasted together to make a message. But that's what we got for now. Oh, we do need some for real merch. That would actually make a cool ransom note style. I think I actually have for real written down somewhere. Pop-up window to mute button. For real. Yes, there it is. Ransom style. Ah, what did I do? There we go. Whoa, what did I do? There we go. Okay. Let's go fishing. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is angelic. I've debated what to do. I could change it to like a circle, like a loop arrow, and then pointing a different way. But I thought maybe for someone who can actually self-deprecate and laugh at themselves, it would be a funny shirt. Self-deprecation is so important to keeping your ego in check. Camera and the arrow pointing to him. I need to get my 3D printer put together though, so we can print up some merch. Oh, and I was also thinking if the awards show ever comes to fruition, we could print up the little Scammy awards, like a Google Play card on top of like a little base, like a trophy, and then just paint it. Do we have any? Anderson from Texas. I'm Anderson too. For someone who could talk to me, me and his schedules are not hooking up. Wes passed away, huh? I'm with it. Nice, Mac. Alright, let's fish. Fish. Sugar Daddy. Sugar Mommy. Ooh, 3. DM me, get spoiled to meet for. Oh, we might be in for a treat tonight. Oh, folks, just wait for it. Read the tweet. Did he really, Amanda? Oh no. I hope he didn't take it badly. I'm afraid to look. I'm really afraid to look. Oh my god. Shit. For real. What's up, DJ? Angelic is back at it. It's gonna make me cry again. I don't see a lot of tenors around here. There, you got it. Ghostbusters. Thank you. Back on the movie lines theme. Why not? Oh, Ash Nico. Good, good. I love this song. Don't cry. Don't make me cry again. I'll try not to. Come on, scammer. Let's go. See if they remember the tag. Yeah, go for it, shorty.
I'm working, bitch. Ain't got no time for dick. You wish you could swear my attention.
My lord. 11 subs tonight. 44 minutes. This is sang, but I'll type it in the chat because you'll never spell it. What's your cash at? Let's see. I hope they don't recognize it. We'll mess up some of the punctuation or the caps. She is one of those YouTube sensations. She started out just putting her stuff on YouTube, and now she has a major label recording contract.
I love my day job, fuck a blow job. What's the point? It's all deja vu. They don't give me what I want. Money makes some, making money better than the dick. Pussy Play-Doh, pussy like her pocket stick. Now he looks stressed cause he know that I don't need him. Mouth open, baby bird, I'm not gonna feed him. Yeah, I'm big on
This is, they must be chatting with somebody else, and they're probably to the money portion right now. So we took number 2. Oh, here we go. If I deposit $2,000 to your Cash App, what will you use it for? Be honest. I want to pay off my credit cards, buy my daughter a nice birthday present, then probably set some of it on fire. Oh, and I love My Little Ponies. Wow, that's a lot of money. Down payment on breast enlargement. Enhancement. Enhancement.
Well, you know, Johnny always wore black, and he wore black because he identified with the poor and the downtrodden.
Ah.
You can run on for a long time, run on for a long time, run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down.
I want to see if they're going to call me out for this. They never do. Never do. Hope I can trust you after your first payment. There we go. Yes, you can trust me. I will totally just run away with all of the moolah and probably bury your messages in a 6-foot hole. I'm very trustworthiness. Brony, you got it. I'm not a brony. You don't got that, but
You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time.
got a lot of Pikachus.
Gotta cut you down.
And wow, Mortal Kombat's. It's because some took advantage of me and run after the first payment. Nah, I promise. On baby Jesus's little Jesus peenie that I won't do that to you. Don't get that stuck in my head. I want him to start getting into the for real, for real. That's what people are usually says here. I'm a very honest person, ma'am. How can I prove it to you? Oh, I'm literally a step ahead of them in their fucking script. Can you prove me your loyalty and commitment that shows if I can trust you, babe? Sure. Sure. What do I gotta do? I'll get one before the year's out. I wish you to prove me your loyalty and commitment by sending $50 and I'll reimburse you $2,050 back immediately, just to shows if I can trust you. If you're proving your trustworthiness with money, you got serious problems in life. All right, there is the URL. You know what it's time for? See how much money I have left. Big ass head. It says for real, for real. I don't know if I can fit that on a shirt. Copy pastas. Hi, Sarah. What do you want, sweetheart? Come here. Come here. You're such a diva. I'll bet we can get this one shut down. Oh no, I forget. We started really late. Never mind. I think I need to click send on these. I think if I close before, it doesn't send. I don't know. All right. We're back. First allowance and gift cards. I have just enough money. What do I do with it? $50. A link? It's up there, Wakanda. Scroll up. Walgreens near you? There's a Walgreens near everybody. How much do you have? I have 61 in my Cash App right now, for real, for real. You're not near me? Sarah, what do you want? Do you want to go outside now? Kitty wants out. Yo, Amanda, thank you. Um, I have a story. So, it snowed, and I don't know who's doing this in our neighborhood, but I woke up and my sidewalks were all scooped. I thought maybe when I was sleeping, my folks came by and did it. Sometimes they'll do that. And they can't stop by today, and they're like, "Oh, you scooped your sidewalks." I'm like, no, I thought you did that. There's no such tag. No such. Oh, you know what? Now my internet's on. Where'd that go? There it is. Oh, they're making me work tonight. $20 maybe? Ah. That's too big. That's better. Okay. Let's actually go to our chill stuff. Oh, that's loud. Why is that so loud? There we go. All right. I'm listening to too much music and not thinking about what I'm doing. Yo, Shag Nasty, what's going on? Good to see ya. I need a good tag. Angelic is here, I believe. How's it going, Joanne? Good to see ya. Now, there is no such tag. Excuse me. Little Pris Q45. All right. Easy peasy. No profile picture. That makes life so much easier. She gives you the sub. Angelic is truly an angel. She always leaves me speechless. Absolutely speechless. Little Pris, uppercase Q. Fun lady, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you doing tonight? Okay, got that. Got that. That was pretty good timing. Oh, I need to fill in the... Forgot one little detail. There we go. There we go. You are a very impatient man. Things don't happen instantly. I am doing all right. Doing all right. Ready to ruin some scammers' days. Or nights, actually. They're getting tired this time of night. And they're going to start getting really frustrated. I forgot my... Holy moly. Let me guess. He wants the activities. Yes. What we have here is a Twitter scammer. These are chat-based scam baits as opposed to a phone call. What they're doing, most of them that I find, are posing as a sugar mommy or sugar daddy, and it's an advanced fee scam like the PCH scams, where they say, hey, look, we're going to send you a whole bunch of money, but first you have to pay a fee. And what we're doing now is we're already to the fee part, and we're sending them fake screens to make it look like we sent the money. And this is usually when the hilarity starts to ensue, so you came at a good time. Let's do a prediction while we're at it. Reveal. And we'll go 10 minutes. I don't know if we'll get 10 minutes out of this guy yet, but we're gonna find out. It's in the process of requesting a refund. Whiskey will likely not be here. He is in the Caribbean tonight. Must be rough. Alright, let's go get our, let's see. Let me get some of these screens closed first. Get our next activity screen set up. We're gonna give them one more fake out before we drop the bomb on them. Yes, Instagram is an absolute toxic cesspool of scammers because Instagram doesn't do anything to shut them down. I mean, they do, but it's so very, very little. It is very creepy. Twitter's chock full of them too, but at least Twitter does something. So that's why we kind of focus on Twitter. Alright, we'll go back over here. Yep, a lot of recovery scammers, a lot of advanced fee scammers, a lot of product non-delivery, a lot of romance scammers. Like, Instagram is really a melting pot for scammers. Are they going to call us out? Do you have PayPal? Haha! No, ma'am. I'm banned on PayPal. My ex-boyfriend was using it to sell chocolate chip cookies, but the chocolate wasn't actually chocolate, if you know what I'm saying. Got me banned. I added some new bosses to the stream avatars too. I don't know if I need to like enable them or what, but like only a couple of them. And I don't know if they're completely random or what, to be honest. I didn't receive your $50. You didn't? Are you sure? I don't know. I don't work for Cash App. I sent it. Hey, that's appropriate. Angelic won the Battle Royal. This is an expensive scammer. He's going straight to 50. We love our lurkers here. If you're lurking, you're A-OK here. Grab a nice blankie, get cozy, snuggle up, and let's have some fun. Oh no, Mac got knocked off the... Oh no, the leaderboard lit. Oh, Mac, I feel so bad after you did so much to help me get number 12 off of there. You can't be far behind Charlie, though. Oh, never mind. I feel bad. Confused. So am I. Should I message Cash App support and see if they can help? This one wants, he's getting tired. He wants to hang it up and go to bed. So we're going to try to extend this as much as we can. Oh, Mac, I appreciate it. You have been so incredibly generous too. It's up to you. Well, I don't want to lose my money. On his side. I'm gonna change mine to Michael Jackson. It looks so cool. Contact support. Okay. Hold on. Wait, whiskey's here? No shot. Sitting in the Caribbean. Or you're stuck in an airport. One of the two. Whiskey, have you went and liked Scambait Beyond's Twitch yet? Shows on your Cash App activities. Maybe because I canceled it? Send your number. My phone number? Your schedule's whack, so woke up in the middle of the night. As soon as I drop in. Oh, right on. Ruck Phobo calls. I like that name. Welcome to YouTube's. Okay, you liked him. Good. Let me get my Google Voice up. Do you have Zelle? No. I don't use a lot of those. I don't have a lot of money. Oh, it's Doc Compton. Yo, bro. What's up, dude? Okay. I did not recognize the YouTube name. That's my bad. How's it going, man? Doc Compton is down on YouTube, guys. Heck yeah. Rock Phobo calls. That's really clever. That would make a good t-shirt too. Wow, we're glad to have you, man. We weren't actually going to stream tonight, but I got bored and had plenty of energy pumping through my veins, so I was like, well, let's do it. Let's burn some of that off. I did. I'm on hold. It says the wait time is 4 minutes. Yo, Sonic, you are not late, actually. We got a really late start tonight. I sell them. Nice. Nice. I love merch. We're not gonna reply to this one. Show me. Didn't your parents ever give you a hug? Why you talk to me like that? Eight of Rubber, how's it going? How do I join the game? The stream avatars? You have an avatar up there. It might be kind of hard to see, but it's in there somewhere. Oh, I was going to change mine. I mean, you need to wait calmly. Where'd I go? Where did I go? Oh my god, I gotta find myself now. Forgot what I was. Oh, I'm the Twitch thing. Got it. Alright, where is... There it is. I am now a smooth criminal. No worries, Angelic. Broke 1,000 subs. Bro, nice. I wasn't, Jam. I wasn't, but you know. Just one more. What's one more? Yo, Art's here. Oh my god. How's it going, Art? They gonna message me or what? Muted Star, thank you for the follow. Appreciate ya. Welcome to the stream. Almost done. There. Looking it up now. Always the Scambaiter after dark, so we get all the night owls. And I'm probably not gonna vote. They didn't text me yet. How much long should we give it? Whatever now. We'll give it another minute. You know what? We'll time it. We'll go 2 minutes. Gotta move that down. Much better. And then we're gonna drop the bomb on this poor, tired, sleepy scammer. Oh, he wants to go lay his little head down. Had a long, hard day of stealing from people. Silver baiters. I'm getting my whites in and it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary, not gonna lie. Do 59 seconds. I can see it on my stream deck, but the numbers are so small. Probably could change that, couldn't I? Angel made me cry last night. Oh, Jam, did you know I finished the shirt? I finished the merch design. Bro, it's fire. I think I'm going to change the arrow on it, though. It's fire. Get the size correct. Yes, I did. I made it much bigger this time. And I changed the font from what I had it. And the arrow, for that matter. But I think I'm going to change it from the arrow I have on there to something different. Okay, let's do it. Are you still awake, Mr. Sleepy Man? By the way, if you just got here recently and you'd like to report this profile, I'll drop the link again. Channel B 11 and 1. I'm here with you. Okay, good. The good news is they found both of the $50 USD transactions and are refunding them. The bad news is can kiss your profile goodbye, you poor, poor tired soul. All tuckered out from stealing from the poor, from stealing from innocent, I can't spell, people all day. Here we go. We could get a salty, or we could just get an immediate block. I bet it's going to be one of those two. One of those two. Hopefully we don't go past 5 a.m. again tonight like we did last night. I do want to have some fun, but I don't know if I want to go that early again. Late or early, whichever way you look at it. I haven't been up late enough to watch the sun come up in a while. There you go, Realms. This puff's for you. We got him against the ropes. It was almost 6, that's true. I didn't even do my thumbnail. Oh, yep. I didn't even do my thumbnails last night. I was like, forget it. I shut down and went and laid down. And I didn't even fall asleep till probably like 7:30. That was a quick block. Immediate block is always the odds-on favorite. But we still get quite a bit of the others. Alright, let's do the paperwork, as I like to call it. What was that again? Chang B. Chang, right there. Right before Charles. Oh, Charles. Thanks for playing. By the way, any baiters or anyone, if you're here, feel free to drop all your links. I'm cool with that. Chang B. 11 and 1. Perp. Was that a new? I can't tell now. I think it was new. Shorty, thank you. I love that you are all little scam fighters. And Not scam fighters. Or not little, whatever. I was sitting here until 5 a.m. That was my longest one yet, but not by far. It was close. It was close. Yo, Passion, thank you. We've done a few over 7, an 8. That one on almost 9. I was about to the point where I was like, why don't we just do 12? Fuck it. The crazy thing is, I feel like I have more energy tonight than I do last night. Yeah. Oh my god, it's technically New Year's Eve. Oh my god. No headache. Same here, Jam. No headache tonight. We're still gonna go with the 30th. Mummy legit. Good morning, Nikita. Just under 6 hours? Whoa. Oh, yeah, you guys are way ahead of us, aren't you? Sheesh. You'll have to tell us what 2023 looks like. Who remembers the Y2K fears? Those were funny. Those were funny. You excited wine tonight? I don't drink hardly. Nice. Alright. Entering 2023 with a sugar daddy Charo? Charo? What the hell is that? I think he misspelled something. Alright, I gotta go fishing. Just so we don't get any nudity on stream. I can't show it anymore. I do not want another close call. Alright, we got one. That's quick. Yep, remember all the computers were supposed to just shut down because they couldn't handle going from 1999 to 2000 apparently. The most advanced computing machines in the world couldn't add one. Yo, Angelic with another gifty to muted. Angelic. Oh my lord. I'm gonna have to put you on my Christmas card list. Thank you so much, Angelic. You are truly an angel. Daddy A. There's a recovery scammer. Oh, I know this picture. E-money. E-money, huh? And they're from Die. Okay. Not even in English. Okay, well, there's a big red flag. And without to be calling their computers away? Exactly right. And what happened? Life went on. $2 years. E-money. All right. Where'd it go? Ah. Okay, E-money. Oh. What the hell is it? They sent an immediate message. Who knows what that link could go to? When I followed them. Hey, fishy. I'm sorry to bother you. I saw your tweet and was wondering if you could help me out. New prediction. What's the scam? Hi, Violet. Come here, sweetheart. Hi, baby. Doggo time. Hi, baby. It's appearing, Violet. Where are you from? How old are you? Say hi, huh? You had to come say hi. Yeah. Get the jowls. Get the jowls some more. Oh, the jowls, Dad. Oh, the jowls. Get the jowls. Okay, good girl. I'm 34 years young. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. Where are you from? That's my good sweetheart. My big horse dog. They're from Texas. Texas. Well, rootin' tootin'. Well, howdy, partner. Yes, I do have Cash App. We're getting right to it. Is it time to go outside? Is that it? Outside? If you got $4,500 deposit in your Cash App for New Year's, how will you feel? I will feel full. What's your number to add you as my sugar baby? My phone number? I don't usually give that out to strangers. We barely know each other. Video is amazing. What's your cash tag? Good, stay here. Scam could go one of two ways yet. It could be the typical advanced fee scam, or they could always pivot and go for the login info. They will do that. Let's get our next payment screen set up. There's a one transaction that won't cancel in here, but it's not going through. Thank God. Do you have iPhone? No, I have an Android. Yeah, they never called me out on the mail tag yet. Even when they pull it up in Cash App and it says Andy Washington, they still never call me out for the tag. I thought that was always really rich. They're really trying to get us off of Twitter. Come on, scammer, say the magic words. You always know when they're making the fake screens. Transaction fee is $55. Wow. Expensive scammers tonight. All right, let me do this real fast, like, hopefully they don't give me a tag with a freaking profile picture again. That just adds another step to the process. Couple steps, actually. That. Okay. Oh my. Let me see if I have. Hey, it's the new Apple. I have enough money. Alright. That's what we needed to see, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. GUKKYZ_. You know what to do, chat. Get 'em. Sick 'em. Release the hounds. It's time to report. Start. Always take the bottom choice. To report someone for scamming, always take the bottom choice. Bottom, tips or currency. Next, a bottom, tricking other people. Continue. You can submit it there, or you can leave some context. I have a little copy pasta. There's one. Oops, bottom, bottom, bottom. And a tweet. I better send these through. There we go. Wish there was actually some way to disable that on Twitter Blue. Yo, Amanda, thank you. Awesome. Ivan, thank you. Nice. I have just enough to pay it. 61% in my Cash App. 61 in my Cash App. More the merrier, that's right. That's how we make those red dots. And how you too can fight back against scammers simply by reporting. To pay it now. Okay. Passion. Anita. Thank you for reporting. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, and we know it's a advanced fee. Joker Global? The name on this account is Mims. Where's Mim tonight? That's too good. That's too good. All right. Shorty, nice. There's one. Oh, we're getting really good and quick with the screens. Whoops. All right, and we got two. Record time. Side Duck beats Hulk. You know it. I'll see. How do you report? Here is. I'll put it in the in the Twitch chat. But we'll go through it again and I'll show you. It looks daunting, but it's actually really easy to remember. Okay, so you go to their profile and you click the three dots. Now the easiest way to remember this is whenever you have a menu of choices to make, always make the bottom choice. At the bottom, report. Report will always be on the bottom. Then you start, so you got a menu. Bottom choice. Everyone on Twitter. Next. Menu. Bottom choice. Offer tips or currency. Next. Bottom, bottom, bottom. Exactly. My chat is probably sick of hearing me say the word bottom. And then you got a menu. Choice. Tricking other people. Next. Continue and submit. And you're done. Just like that. And if you want the link, there is the link to the profile. And that's the bottom line, because Hatch is cold and said so. Once the outside temperature goes below like 55, my toes and fingers turn to ice cubes. Whiskey, have a good night. Good to see you. Enjoy the Caribbean. We used to have Stone Cold, but I got rid of it. Oh, right on, Joanne. I have something tangible to discuss with you. I would have to download it and get it set up. We are on a mission, Ivan. Oh my god, I almost did it again. Ivan. They didn't ask for my pretty activity screen.
Oh, yeah!
Infernal Nighter. What's that? I'll give you my number now. Sure, do that. Thank you. Appreciate you. Oh, you're going to regret giving that away. If any baiters want to have some fun with a phone number, there you go. Now remember, they typically don't answer for their scams. They don't chat. So, but you can blow up that number. Oh my God, blow it up. Put it on every text mailing list you can find. And we can also report it on WhatsApp, and we will. Alright, let's see how my WhatsApp looks here. I might have to actually change something. Yep. Gotta fix the D. Let's fix the WhatsApp. There we go. Yeah, Ivan, you can do with that number whatever you want. When I say just one more, it's time to leave. What do you mean? We always do one more. Okay. Would you like me to message you there? How do I do this? E-money. One 9386. I never know how to send a message on this damn thing. It's probably like a text now number or something. There we go. Figured that out. Have you got the app? Yes, ma'am. We already got what we wanted from them in Twitter chat, so I'm cool with going to WhatsApp. Dialers in Discord sounds like a band name. Discord after dark. Save my number on your device and text me. Wait, text you or message you on WhatsApp? That does sound like a podcast. Hopefully, Sonic. That would be a dream. Oh my god. I'm pretty much booked all the way through March right now. So I'm kind of waiting until we get into January, and then I'll start reaching out. I mean, Art would be awesome. Deo would be awesome. Me and Dan want to do a collab. Dan Gleeballs. Who else we got? Oh my god, so many have reached out. I can't remember now. Me and Amanda were rattling them off earlier tonight, and gone. Your number end with 98? Somebody messaged him, huh? No. My number is 636-686-0152. Jessica from Twitter. Yes, from that number. DM you more of the list. There, that would be great. I'm still such a GTA 5 RP junkie. I always mean to watch a bunch more Scambaiters, but I always just get sucked into GTA 5 RP or documentaries. I've been on a huge documentary kick. Happy to have you here. Why are we here? I used to, when I first started streaming, everyone was like, you gotta get a Discord, you gotta get a Discord. And I was like, oh, at that time I just hated Discord. I hated using all those chat apps. But now Oh my god, my Discord is my baby. I roll it and coddle it, rock it. So private conversation. I don't want to reply anyone on Twitter except you. Aw, you're so sweet. I want to focus on you only. You are an angel, like my friend Angelic. Wow, you really amazed me. Oh, Malls, how's it going? So, did you send me the money? Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Butterfingers. I don't see it in my Cash App. I wonder if you catch that, Angelic. I like to do that every once in a while. Throw in some chat names just to throw them a little curveball. Hey, Wildflower, how's it going? Good to see you again. Got it. Good, good. Your payment was loading up, is about to deliver in your Cash App balance, but the fund you send is not enough to complete the transaction fee. Payment loading 47%. 120 needed to completed. Ay, ay, ay. Alright then. 120 it is. Let me just get the checkbook out. Boy, we give out so damn much money. I think I would be broke by now. Wait, we're in WhatsApp. I almost went back to... It is now 47%, and you will need to add $120 right now to complete the transaction in your Cash App balance. I think you understand me, my love. No, not at all. It doesn't make the least bit of sense. But I'll pretend it does. What was that tag again? Joker Global. Come on. No, Angelic, welcome to the Discord. I will get your, don't worry about the verification. I'll manually verify you and get your roles set up. Well, not really. 47%? I've never heard of Cash App doing that before. Let's do that real quick. Where's my logs? Flash man verify. There you are. Application did not respond, huh? Come on, double counter. Don't do me like that. Their shit not working? Oh, there you go. We got you. Oh, you did the I agree. So you did the, yeah, you got to do the agree to the rules right away. But don't worry about the other verification stuff. Let's do roles. VIP. Boom. Got you set up. Okay, it's because I'm using a business account. That's but I want you to note all the money will also be refunded back when the transaction reflect in your Cash App balance. I have nothing to do with your money. I will have to take money off my credit card and move it to my Cash App. Oh, you're looking for a Discord jam? That's the Discord. I can see you are new to sugar daddy or sugar mommy stuff. Yeah, you could say that. Yes. Whoa. Whoa. Wrong chat box. I'm very new to this stuff. Do we have to have sex? A valid question for someone who is new to the sugar mommy, sugar daddy world. You guys are up against a smooth criminal, you know that. Oh my god, I've been eliminated already? I'll forget that noise. Not interested in that. I'm a woman like you. I'm just here to support financial blessings and money. Oh, okay. Phew. Because I have AIDS. Whatever. You saw right through me. I'm a woman, okay. Doctors say I have 1 to 5 years to live.
Your love's what I need. Your love is what I need.
Orange frame. Orange frame. Ah, much better. One more thing, I want you to promise me you're not going back on that site looking for some other sugar daddy or mommy. I'm enough to take care of you, baby. Don't believe in that. Just have faith in God. Aww. Aww. I promise I won't hook up with any other old geezers like you. You're so kind. God is so good. Except to people who steal, cheat, and scam for a living. Those people burn in hell. Look at that. Okay, my love. They have no idea what that even means. That's so good. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Repent, and you shall be saved. With name of Christ. Hallelujah. Preach on, sister. I'm old. I love you because you have faith. I'm a good Christian girl, not some kind of satanic whore bag. Am I younger than you? You know how old I am? I don't hide it. I usually share it. The power of Christ compels you. Well, I feel like I'm 93. Tonight, I'd say maybe more like 64. Oh, I forgot about that. Hold on. I'll BRB. For real, for real. Let's actually save those. Jethro, there's nothing wrong with that. Just is what it is. Do you have kids? Yes, I have one blessed son. He's 5 years old. He's autistic. Let's lay it on thick. An AIDS victim with 1 to 5 years to live with a 5-year-old autistic child. Let's take their money. Great idea, scammer. Okay, my love, I'll take care of son. I promise you. Wow. 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 These cold-hearted sons of bitches. It's in my bank. Let me add it to my Cash App. Do I send it to the same tag? Welcome back, Joanne. Node mode. Who is that? Harvey? Okay. That makes sense. Okay, when you enter your cash advance, let me see the screenshot before you send it. Sure. Sure. I got you, scammer. I got you. Oh, wait, I gotta cover it up first. This guy's 60. 60 for 120 biggins. Then I need a fresh status bar. That didn't work right. Oh, wait, I'm taking the wrong one. Oh my lord. Why didn't this work? Okay, what's going on? Something's not working right here. Try this again. Got it. Our number is that. Oh wait, I think if I just do this, it'll be the first one. Document. There we go. No, where to go? Why is it not in here? Why is it not in here? I need to clear some of these files out of here. There it is. Stole it. Thanks. Thanks, Jam. Sheesh. Alright, let's send 120 bones. Boom. I roll one. A two. Thoughts and smokes times. Nice. Gotta make me work for it. Just what I wanted to do. These chat programs, it's 1,000 clicks just to send a picture. Your tweet says it all. You can, if passion, you can pick them out. They throw up so many red flags. And just look at it this way. There's virtually probably no actual sugar daddies or mommies on Twitter advertising themselves as a sugar mommy or daddy. That's just not how that whole system works. They don't go around just advertising themselves to anybody. Okay, my love. Okay, my love. Hold on. I'll add the fund now to payment on pending. No, don't put it on pending. Complete it. Thanks for joining hands with me. No sugar blank does that. Exactly. Thanks for joining hands with me. Hands for Jesus. Hashtag hands for Jesus. It is fun reporting. You feel like you're sticking it to them, right? Yes, my love. Hands for Jesus. Pretty cool to report. It's cool to be a snitch now. Sonic potential because you're more on PC downtime. Ethereum. I would mine Ethereum. I actually mine PiCoin, PI, on my phone. They haven't done a public release of it yet, or released it to the blockchain. But I've got like, they did an estimated value, it was like 69 cents a coin or so, and I've got like a couple hundred coin mined up so far. If it ever becomes of anything, I would mine Ethereum if I was mining. Either one, either Ethereum or Ethereum Classic. Classic, yep. Just as good of a coin as regular. I don't think Bitcoin's ever going to really crash. I think that's pretty much going to stay stabled out, but I could see Ethereum taking over the crown as the most used and known coin in the future. There you go, Passion. Follow-ups. Nice. That always feels even better. That feels even better when you come back and you see it suspended. Oh, thank you, darling. Let me check my Cash App. You just changed my life. Hey, everything's got paperwork, right? Everything leaves a paper trail. Now the payment was loading up to 79%. You just need to add 160 now to complete it everything once after this else, my love. Wait. What? Just add cash to your Cash App balance first, also before you add it. I wish I could write some sort of program that would just take it from the spreadsheet and pop it into the website so I wouldn't have to double do the paperwork, but no, I didn't add that column, Jam. I should, though. Calm down. Read it. Yeah, I read it. Why are there more fees? $160, huh? I got you, scammer. I got you. Merry Christmas. Ooh, you got some programmers in your pocket? If it's even possible. I know GoDaddy is not the easiest to work with when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah, you really have to set up an entire process if you want to mine. If you can even get to mine Bitcoin. The market's so saturated with Bitcoin miners. Whoa, too big. Bring it on down. There we go. Cool. Not yet. Not yet, Jam. Not yet. Started mining 12 years ago and joined it. 8 Bitcoin, spent it on an evening online month sub. I used to have a bunch of Bitcoin when it very first came out, and it was like $100 a coin. And it's on an old wallet somewhere on a computer that I don't think I have anymore. And I probably had like 10 or 12 coins. And now it's just gone. It's just gone. The Holy Son of God, I can't hurt you because I'm also a believer like you. Remember, you'll get the money refunded back. Trust me with name of Jesus Christ. Let me pray to the Lord really fast and see if he tells me what I should do. While we're praying, I'm going to be peeing. Oh, good. He's praying too. Dear Heavenly Father and sweet baby Jesus in the manger, I really need this Skrilla. What should I do with thine monies from the strip club? Please get back to me ASAP. It's your girl, Jess. Amen. Oh, you can't even see that. Dear Heavenly Father and sweet baby Jesus in the manger, I really need this Skrilla. What should I do with thine monies from the strip club? Please get back to me ASAP. It's your girl, Jess. Amen. Amen. That's worth a tweet. Fans for it. You could do that on a laptop. I mean, technically, you could do it on any computer, but today you're not going to mine enough to really make it worth what you're going to spend in electricity, and you're going to burn the crap out of your components in the process. I tried mining once when I first got my gaming PC, I was like, maybe I can do this with my gaming PC. And everything went to 100% usage. Temperatures were rocketing. I was like, forget it. Now what's going on, my love? Hold on. I'm getting a premonition from the Lord. I swear with the name of God, you will get this money refunded back, and you will receive the 4,500. Okay, my love. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. The Lord said I should donate it to the church because Father Christensen just got a new Mercedes Benz and needs to make the payments on it. No way I was gonna risk blowing my gaming PC on mining 1/1,000,000th of a Bitcoin in a year. Okay, my love. Do you think I should donate it to the church? Yeah, you really have to have quite a setup to make it worthwhile. And probably be using some sort of off-the-grid electric source, at least for a little bit. You know, set up a few solar panels on top of your house. Put a little, you can buy the little wind generators that just you mount to the side of your house, and they just spin and spin and spin. Ding dong, that's what's going on. But if you get enough money from me, you can donate to the church. Just completed the transaction and enjoy your money. Would I send it to the same person? You can also buy a new car to celebrate the new with the money. Yes. Let me see. I suppose I could deplete my son's college fund, but I would feel really bad about that. Packet solar panel. That's what I would love to do, Sonic. Generate enough where you can sell it back into the grid. Oh, you can actually make money. Ding dong, what's up? You didn't miss too much. We're only on like our second one. Sex bots on YouTube. God, they're bad. YouTube should crack down on that shit. Got him. I swear you'll get the money for everything you want to do, trust me. Be right back. Alright. Do. Just doing the Lord's work over here, donating to scammers in the name of the Lord. Boy, God's really going to be pissed off when he finds out what they were doing in his name. Woof. Status bar. I'm glad I did that other one earlier. And there's 2. Okay. Add this. I don't know why I always have to go find it and click on it so that it will actually show up in my emulator. Ah, wrong screen. I keep always wanting to go back to Twitter chat. Okay, my love. You promise there are no more fees? Promise in the name of the Lord? We're not going to do any more fake screens for this scammer. We're going to move on. Yes, because I know it's powerful, and I believe in it. I need to go report this profile. .666 was taken. Kept going. More is better. That's good. It will take a few minutes to finish the process. You will need to be patient. Okay. if you say so. Please, I don't want you to allow any sugar daddy or mummy again. I thought we already talked about that. Geek talk when it comes to computers. Computers today are nothing like what computers were when I was growing. I mean, granted, you can still buy computers that are, basic desktop machines, but they have gone way beyond that. Way beyond that. My very first computer was a Commodore 64. You'll kill a CPU fast. Anyone has my C64? What a great piece of machinery. Just remembered you again. Oh, they remembered me because we were just chatting. Oh, we need to report this one. No, we did. I just need to put it in the books. Radio Shack TRS 80. Woof. Screenshot of your Cash App profile? Huh? Do that? Yeah, it will. Where is it? Right here. Send me. We still have a Radio Shack too. We used to have two Radio Shacks. One that did all the computer side, and then one that did like all the little electrical parts and gadgets and gizmos and sold random stuff. The random one got closed, but the computer one still made it. I missed the old style Radio Shack though. That was really cool when you needed like some little specialty wire or plug or something. They always just had like trays of that shit. $130 already. I started late and it feels like it should be like 10 o'clock. Boy. Getting low. Getting low. I really love Circuit Cities too. Some of their prices were out of whack though. But they always really had the most knowledgeable employees when it came. If you needed an electronics question answered, Circuit City would do it. And Best Buy just crushed everybody with their people who know nothing about what they're selling. I mean, some of them do. I take that back. Finally got rid of your VHS. I have a DVD VHS unit that I think still works, but I don't have a single VHS tape anymore. I probably do in my all the junk I've got downstairs. $20 for shipping. For shipping? Oh, okay, they're not asking for a fee. I thought they were going to ask for a shipping fee. Oh, why? Why do you need more screenshots? That's not very God-like. Oh, VHS crushed beta. Just like Blu-ray crushed, what was the other format that was out there? Well, there was Laserdisc, but that's kind of a whole different ball game. Those things were massive. What was the main competitor for Blu-ray at the time? Laserdiscs were crazy big. They were like the size of a record. Really rare. Really rare. But there was another competitor, just the same size as a Blu-ray. But they didn't hit it big. Sony got all the big contracts with the movie labels, and so Blu-ray just became the thing. You are lying. All the transaction you make wasn't not real. What? What do you mean? How do I lie about it? HD DVD, that's right. That's right. Very good, DJ. I cannot remember that name because it wasn't around very much. Sony's Blu-ray just took off. Do well for myself. Nothing you do is extraordinary. They blocked? No, they didn't block me. Is this some kind of scam? I sent you a lot of money and you're saying you didn't get it. I love accusing them of a scam that's not the actual scam. 3D TVT. Oh, those were cool. But those never really caught on either. Oh, maybe 325. Who remembers the phrase, well, you will, be kind, please rewind? Weren't we always so pissed off when you rented a movie and you had to rewind it? Oh man, the things we'd get upset about. I can see you're reading my messages. Yep. And then somebody finally just invented the basic videotape rewinder, so you didn't have to waste your VCR rewinding shit. The tapes. They tried to go too damn fast. I missed that though, when you'd walk in to rent a game or a movie or something, and there was just walls of shit, and you're like, oh, what the hell are we gonna watch? It was an event. Like that was half of date night, was just going to pick out the video. Hey, Scam Full Stop, how you doing? He's got to be doing something. He's reading my messages. Typing. There we go. Sometimes you prayed that you rented a bad movie just so you wouldn't really watch the movie, if you know what I'm saying. Because if it's you, will get the money authorizing your Cash App balance once you make real payment. Can I tell you a secret? Do I have these GIFs in here? I do. Alright, finally time for the reveal. Right, GJ? They were all didn't have you on this shelf. Do you have this one in? And then someone just literally walked in and returned it, and you're like, yes, that's mine. That's mine. I called it. Cam's Test, how's it going? before Netflix and chill, right? Oh, you're talking to him. Oh, we're blocked. We're blocked. Let's see, what about Twitter? Don't forget about Twitter. You can kiss this profile goodbye. For real, for real. All right, that was a immediate block on. Let me just double check. Yep, because it doesn't show me any of his. If it wasn't, oh, you can't see my mouse, but below his name, it no longer has the status like last seen online typing. That's how you know when they blocked you. So let's report. Are there? I thought I got them all blocked. Let me just give you mod status so you can see any of them if you block or report them. There you go. I made you a mod down there as well, Amanda. I don't see them. I reported them and thought I deleted them from the chat. I don't see them anyway. Yeah, red boxes, and there's other competitors now. Those are all. Those are all. That's all there is anymore. Our last. Video shop closed up. That was a block. Continue to scam was the overwhelming favorite. Okay, one more. One more. Just one more. Just one. That's all I ask. Oh, well, we gotta do the paperwork, don't we? Yo, Angelic. Yo, oh my God. 4,000 bits? Are you serious? Oh my God. Thank you. Jesus. Had to be number one on the leaderboard. Well played. Well played. Now you got the number one by your name. Hell yes. I like it. I like it. We don't need Flu. He's not even here. Let's talk about him. Oh my God. Sheesh. Thank you. Hey, ay. Name GUK. Oh my God. You are very good at derailing my brain. It's a good thing though, in a good way. Underscore. And purple. And 2 years. Sheesh. Yes, I am. Take a deep breath. I'm a smoker. I can't do that. Good Lord. You're going to kick me into a new tax bracket. Publish. And GU, 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 GU. GU, KKYZ. And it was E-Money. E-Money. Oh, ad break time. We can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. A member of the esteemed viewing audience has purchased a 1-minute ad break. At this time, if you are not a subscriber, VIP member to the channel, Twitch Turbo subscriber, use some sort of ad blocking contraption, or are just lucky, you're likely going to get an ad at this time. It could be an ad for Rice-A-Roni, the NFL, or Call of Duty. Or it could be something else. But the best way to avoid this ad at this time is to hit that subscribe button. It's free if you connect your Amazon Prime to Twitch, and you get a free sub every month to your favorite streamer. So here we go, 60 seconds. Thank you for the follow, Scratch. How's it going? That's how to make an entrance. Come in and drop an ad. I also have this fool's phone number. 219-386-7847. Oh, we can put it up here too. Doo-doo. He's very funny to talk with. Really? See that one coming. Alright. Got him on the list. Next. Who's next? Mummy Heather. Why do I still have Mummy Heather on the temporary list? She is shut down. Sounds good, Jam. We'll be here. We're doing one more, you know. Oh, yep. We're blocked. We're blocked. I wonder what they do after they read that and they block me. If they're like freaking out, they're like, oh God, oh shit, oh God. Or if they just, I'm sure some are, but I'm sure most of them just probably either go to bed or victimize somebody else. All right, let's see what we can find. This shouldn't be too tough. Let's go Sugar Daddy. Yo, good thing we're not watching. You're not watching anyway. Michael Rich. Need Sugar Daddy. Indo only. Your fave ex-Ugger. Sugar. Your fave sugar? Still be in 2 hours. Oh, let's see what kind of language we got here. That looks like Hassa. It's crazy that I'm starting to be able to recognize African languages. Nope, that's not it. Let's try Yoruba. Nope. What is this? This cold makes me hungry. It's Indonesian. That's interesting. It's an interesting little twist. Alright, homeboy. I got you. 2021. It's almost 2023, so we're gonna go 2 years. That's more like a year and a half, really. Now let's go 1. Sugar Daddy Michael Rich. Oh, even pictures of Indonesian women. What does this say? Let's see. Oh, translate. I haven't slept all day. It's my turn to wake up at this time? Is this his girlfriend? Indonesian scammers, huh? Okay. Hello. I saw your tweet. Can you please help me? Please. Potty break. Yeah, it happens, Jam. Happens to the best of us, doesn't it? I'm back for more, Violet? Back for more? With the camera. Get your 5 minutes of fame. Riding daddy's coattails. I tell you what. You need your white side of the face on this side so it doesn't keep wanting to block you out of the picture. Yeah. We need to repaint you. We need to get you like a wrap or a nice matte finish. What do you think about that? Oh, hey, we got a fish. You're killing me, girl. Hold on. That's my big horse. You could probably actually fit a saddle on her for like a small donkey. I'll bet you could. Hello. I'm so sorry to bother you this late. I just had some problems with my bills and don't know what to do. She's like half diva. My cat is full blown diva. Violet's about half diva. When she decides she wants to sleep in the bed, I never get any sleep. No, she is actually a full-bred Harlequin Great Dane. It's not actually my dog. When my ex-wife and I were going through a divorce, I went and stayed with my parents, and I took our dogs with me there. And fast forward, now they all live there. But she got Violet when she was living here. And then when she moved out, she abandoned Violet. And I was like, you cold son of a bitch. So I now have Violet, and my dogs are at my folks' house. Poor Toby, his health is getting bad. He's a blue healer. All black, and she's part lab. Ooh, part lab. That would be a beautiful dog. You gotta go outside. Again? I'm 34 and from St. Louis. Hold on. I have to let my dog out to the bathroom. Okay, baby. Baby, are you ready? Really willing to be my sugar baby? Yellow lab. Ah, beautiful dog. Had a lot of yellow labs in my family. A lot of labs in the family. My Toby is a blue healer, though. Yes, sir, daddy, sir. I'm ready to be your sub pig. If you don't know what that means, don't look it up. Not tonight, anyway. This is profanity in the first 8 to 12 seconds of the stream. Really? That's... What? So don't cuss right away. You can cuss later. Is that right? Just not right away. I'm not monetized yet anyway on YouTube, so... Yo, Scratch, bro! Yo! Thank you. Oh, yeah. Appreciate you. Welcome to the army. The HTH army, it is. Babe, have you ever heard about PantyDeal site before? Look who's back. Look who's back. The PantyDeal scammer. Huh? The PantyDeal scammer has returned. Used panties? Really? This is not the first time we've seen this. That's what's sad. The gift that keeps on giving, Clark. And smelling. I just ask that, have you ever been on that site before? Ooh, no. Why would I be buying other women's used panties. The shitter's full. It sounds like a dump truck driving through a nitroglycerin plant. I don't hear it. Oh boy. That's where the tweet. He took sub pig quite literally. Oh boy. Got a bad taste in my mouth. I hope it's not from PantyDeal. Wait, you know what? Don't want to know. Baby, I want you to promise to be honest and loyal to me. Okay, do you have Telegram so we can talk better? No, I don't use those chat apps. I met a guy from one of those once and almost got sexually assaulted. I don't even want to think about them. I'll have a panic attack. Oh my. Can we just chat here? I'll try to calm down. Yo, Angelic converted from a Prime to a Tier 1. I have never seen that before in my life. Cool. Hell yeah. And steal your deposit on the next big mark. There's a few big shooter, most of them just try to stick to the script, get your money and move on. But there are a few out there who do these really creepy things. And I'm assuming what they're using the website for is to make fake listings and then have victims buy them so they can launder money through the site. Why don't you report the guy, babe? I did, but the police won't do nothing about it. It's really sad. Angelic, thank you. Converting from a Prime. I have never seen that pop up before. Wow. Do I have a sad face? So, baby, how much do you buy from me, baby? Well, I'm not gonna buy anything from you. Oh no, it's all right, big shooter. More questions, the better. I just make one of my babies her payment now. Wow, she's a really lucky girl. I did it for the first time. Did you bang her? Oh, my scalloped chicken and noodles is done. No, baby. Oh, okay. Yeah, most of them are posing as sugar mommies or daddies. There are a few other different ones out there. There's a lot of crypto scams. There's a lot of product non-delivery scams. Like whiskey is one of the big ones on Twitter. But then puppy scams. There are. I'm missing a big one too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You converted. She just completed the transaction with just $20 and she received her 500 immediately. So how much do you need? Oh, well, I guess 500 would be great. You're a Twitch sugar mama, don't deny it. Oh my god, I love that, DJ. But no butt stuff. No butt stuff. Alright, let's report this sick fuck. Let me see if I have $20. Okay. Report. Start. We probably could have reported him right away because I would bet this is the other scammer who wanted PantyDeal. Yo, awesome, Amanda. Thank you. This is an alt account for the PantyDeal scammer. Oh, where'd my tweet go? View. Okay, baby, be quick and send me your PayPal email. Oh. I can't use PayPal. I'm banned on PayPal. There are actually big shooter people who do fall for this. Or pretty much they wouldn't be doing it. Wherever there's money, there's a scammer. Yo, Passion, thank you. Yep, Angelic nailed it. It's just a basic, like a PCH scam, except the numbers are a lot smaller. My ex-boyfriend was using it to sell Aunt Jemima syrup, which was actually bottled by Uncle Ben's and got me banned. I do have Cash App and my bank account, though.
Angelic gifted a tier 1 sub to Big Shooterist. They have given 39 gift subs in the channel.
We haven't done this prediction in a while. Yeah, that's what I actually love doing about Twitter. Doing them on Twitter, because we get that feedback seeing them get shut down. Yo, Angelic with the gifty to shooter. Hey, yo. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Top of the list. Probably on both. Let's see here. Time cheers, Angelic. Yes. Top of the list on both. Sheesh. Angelic, you are incredibly generous. Incredibly generous. Mr. Anderson, 79. Well, no joke, Amanda. I'm glad you two finally got to meet. I spit out your name last night. I was like, oh, we're getting Amanda on Twitch. Like, I don't know Amanda. I was like, oh my god, you gotta meet Amanda. Okay, hold on, baby. Will do. While you do that, I'm gonna send out a tweet making fun of you. Oh, that's another one. That's another good one. Aunt Jemima's syrup bottled by Uncle Ben's. They don't even question it. They just go with it. Can confirm he was talking about you last night. Oh, I can now do... I think I did this already, but we'll do it again. In case anybody wasn't here earlier. Definitely hit that follow button. Let's see how many they're up to. $12 already. Holy crap, and you haven't even went live yet. Nice. Nice. You're 20% of the way there to 50. Nice. They do a ton of really great Scambaiter promotion over there. And then the work they do behind the scenes with the Vidcom stuff is amazing. I want to make 3 babies payment, plus you making 4. And you are the last, so just hold on in a few minutes. He's got 3 or 4 victims. Lots of lucky ladies tonight. I'll be here. Take your time. Hi, Sarah. Sarah, you never can be Stream Kitty anymore. What's up with that? We gotta get her monetized fast. So when they're live, we need at least 3 people viewing, and we gotta get to 50 followers. And the rest is up to her. Okay, let's also get a jump on this. That's really all we can do right now. Oh, we can do, yeah, paperwork. Get that done. Because, you know, maybe we'll do just one more. UJR. Really means 5 or 6. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, everything was completely new to me a few years ago. I started watching his entertainment. Did amazing work.
It was actually completely new to me just a couple years ago myself. The story with my entire scambaiting and streaming all boils down to one day my son said he wanted to be a famous YouTuber when he grew up. And I was like, I knew what YouTube was and all that, but I'd never really thought about people making money off of that. I was like, wait, huh? I thought you just put your videos up and for the fun of it, you know? And I was like, whoa, wait, they're making money. And then I stumbled on Twitch and I was like, whoa, some of these streamers are making big money. And I was like, even if you can just get a small piece of that pie, that's a lot of money. Just even for that small piece. And I tried starting, I was a big Kit Boga fan at the time, so I tried starting doing the phone call baits. It was just too much for me. Went into gaming and pretty much flopped. Never really did anything. And then was getting bored of all the games, burnt out on everything. Was hitting some rough financial times and almost got scammed pretty bad myself on Twitter. And that's when the light bulb went off. I was like, oh my God, wait a second. I could bait. And I didn't know. I was like, is anybody else doing this? And I could not find a single scam baiting video from Twitter. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Nobody's doing this? And now I've cornered that market. I've already reported 10 tonight. 3 suspended, terminated. Having fun. Nice. Well done, Art. Well done. Let's see. Oh, where's my sounds? I need to turn that sound up here. Oh my God, it's repeating. Stop repeating. You got the extended applause. Yeah, I had it on loop for when I was listening to the other music earlier. I had to stop doing it because I didn't want my whole VOD to get muted. And Twitch is going to mute most of this VOD. Same on YouTube because I was listening to copyrighted music. But damn it, I was just having so much fun. And then it was getting distracting. Like, oh, we better stop doing this. I refuse to write 12/31. No, it cannot be the end of the year already. Impossible. Yes, Sir Guy. It's awesome. It was Keith who talked me into starting a YouTube channel a decade ago. It was just for fun until they showed me a few AdSense statements and I quickly learned it was very much a business. Exactly. Yo, Ivan, welcome back. Yes, we got stuff to report. Let me get this copy pasted over here. You can start with this one. Happy end of a disgusting 22. Amen, Realms. Amen. Oh my God. I am looking forward to 2023 because we're finally starting off like on an incredibly high note with some momentum. And I think it's going to be... Oh, did I get it wrong? Your fave. Oh, I did. Sorry. I spelled that wrong. I did that one. Try that. Make sure I got it right over here. Yeah, I got it right over here. Alright. Now we just wait. If it work and started on the 30th, it would be that date until I left work. Oh, what's that? Are we talking about Malcolm or Devere? Okay, here we go. Devere is cool. Yes, I've been kind of... Yo, Ivan, Amanda, Passion, thank you. Hell yes. Angelic, yes. Malcolm. I've been watching it and following it. It's kind of a sad situation. As for Devere, I don't think he really fakes it. But just having that link to Malcolm looks bad. I feel bad for Devere because there's really no great evidence out there against him. There's one YouTube video from a guy who has 359 subscribers and no other video. It's called Internet Talk. And it lumps Devere in there with Malcolm. Kimstus, thank you. So that sucks for Devere. But I try, I always try to avoid drama. Devere is, you can pretty much trust Devere, yeah. I try to avoid drama. I'm not here to police the baiters. It is what it is. Hello, Sarah. Why'd you come here, sweetheart? Fight again. It's so cold out there. Yeah, the link to Malcolm looks bad. That's a good point, Canada. There's so many out there. Canada, damn it! I knew I was going to do it eventually. Ivan. Ugh. How he got started was by Malcolm. Oh. I mean, fake live content is harder to fake. It's not impossible. All you have to do is have a buddy on a different IP on a computer when you're doing it. It could easily be set up, but it's harder to do. I think I was following Devere, but not Malcolm. He used to stream 24/7. Jesus. That's my uncle and my father to COVID. Ready to do. Oh, that's rough, Sam. Would you be able to go back to your previous employer? Do a replay. Oh, okay. I see what he was doing. Oh, don't want to? Don't blame you. Don't blame you. I don't think I ever subscribed to Malcolm. I never even really heard of him, to be honest. I'm still learning a lot of baiters yet. So when you see someone you know is a baiter come into chat or something, like kind of let me know somehow. Or something. Because I feel bad when I don't recognize another baiter. But I'm still learning so many people that are out there. They work 2 weeks days and 2 weeks nights. Oh, fuck that. You can never get into a sleep schedule. Yeah, I never really thought of fake scam baiting myself. That's crazy. Anything for money. Trying to take the easy route. Wouldn't it just be easier just to do the baits, though? Than to have to cook all that plan up? Oh, Muted Star. Okay, yeah, somebody gave him a shout out. I appreciated that. That's right. He plays Julia's husband. Oh, he does. Oh, nice. That's, oh, I fucking love that Julia character. That's so good. And the fact that he does that with his voice and not a voice changer blows my mind. Haggy, is that the name? Huh. This kit uses voice changers, and he has a really nice voice changer. But wow, to use your real voice. I know, like Jigsaw uses his voice. Ultimate Troll uses his voice. Although I haven't watched a ton of their stuff, they may have other characters, but the ones I've always seen, they're using their voice. Yeah, I just met Art this year, too. What a guy. What a nice guy. Got a voice changers playing with it. Oh, okay. Deo was a master voice guy? Really? Okay, Scammer, let's go. 14 minutes later. It's your turn now. Yay. Wonder what happened with the other ones then. Like, why did he stop talking to them? No voice changer with Deo. Well, you can go into voice acting if you're that skilled, you know? I wish I could do accents. Sometimes I can pull one off. My Borat accent's probably my best one. Not too bad of a Hank Hill, because he's got a nice deep throaty voice. Hey, Bobby. That's not even good. Bobby. Propane accessories. You got it, Realms. I will smoke 20 for you. A whole pack just for you. I suppose I can do a Jamaican accent. A Brit. Now, I should be able to do a British voice, but that would be a good one. But then you have to learn the lingo too. Irish, British, Scottish. If it's not Scottish, it's crap. Old SNL skit. Or was it Kids in the Hall? Ooh. SNL, I think. What do I need to do? Missed those really good casts. No problems with Scott. Nice. Oh, wow. Is that your view, Ivan? Holy shit. That's like paradise. Literally, that's a fucking Bob Ross painting. Oh my god. Not your view? Okay. Let's see. Who's RPing? Crystalist. They've had some great casts. They've had some shitty casts, but they've also had some great casts. Baby, the transaction is pending, about to enter your accounts. You just need to send the $20 that I told to complete and receive it into your account now. Okay. We're here on Twitch. Amanda's on Twitch now. Matter of fact, I think Amanda's still here. Oh, she's not under the Amanda profile. She's under it's the Scambait Beyond one. Up to 15, hell yes. I wanted to see if we could hit 50 tonight, but that might have been a little too lofty. I'll have to put out another tweet. Charlotte Flair, Virginia W won the title. Wow. I couldn't think of anybody less deserving for that title. we send you the tag that we make the payment and receive it now. Okay, we will make the payment to you, so I can receive it now. What is your we cash tag? You don't think God's gonna strike me down for making fun of their English, do you? Is that kind of bad? I think so. Okay. Just want to make sure I cover all my bases. Practicing your accents. That's what I'm going to tell God when we meet at the pearly gates. I was just practicing my accents. But, in order for me to get into heaven, God, you're going to have to give me a Google Play card just so I know we can trust each other. True, true. You would probably strike them down first. We call it Scamlish is what we call it. They speak Scamlish. Oh, Kitty wants in. Yeah, Nigerian's tough. Tough, tough. It's Nigerian is almost like Jamaican, but really much, much, much thicker, if that makes sense. Oh, there, shooter. Some of those Nigerian accents are so thick. Yep. You need closed captioning on the bottom. South African's tough. It's like a British mixed with Nigerian. It's tough. And 47 points never done. Nice. Okay, buddy, what's the tag? Put a handful of marbles in your mouth. Captions were super helpful. Hey, I watched some Honey Boo Boo and turned the captions on sometimes so I could understand them. Go Realms. Southern can be tricky. All day. Oh, bless your heart. It's like you on the end of your word, like your sentence, you up end it. You start going up, but then you down end it. Heart. It's an interesting. Go to my local Walmart. Come on. Oreo 13? What kind of whack name is that? Damn it. Oh no, my crap. I gotta restart the phone progy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I can't show it to you. Shit, how am I gonna get the... Come on, Cash App, come on. Oh my god, seriously, it crashed? What is going on? Got it. Oh, this is definitely a victim. I would bet my life on that one. Put that down there. Alright, got that. God, this tag makes me want Oreo cookies now. I've been on an Oreo kick lately. I don't know why. I'm not usually a big cookie eater. But oh man, with some milk, forget it. Game over. I am tapping out. I don't eat Oreos by like 1 or 2. I eat them by like section. You get 3 sections in a package. Okay. Alright. Now, let me buy a minute. Definitely different type of people. I used to not mind Walmart, but I really don't like it anymore. But where I live, there's really nowhere else. There's really no more retail stores anymore. It's kind of sad. We could easily support a Target too, but the city signed contracts with Walmart to not let Target in. Ah, whoops. There's one. Non-compete clause, yep. Which is basically saying, hey, monopolize our town. That sounds like great business, doesn't it? Alright, got what we needed. Go one town over. The next town with any shopping close is 45 minutes away. And they do have Target. About the same size town. Maybe about another 5,000-10,000 more, maybe. But their shopping is so much better because they didn't sign that bullshit. Alright, ask for the activities screen. Your name, baby? I have it as Andrew Washington on my Cash App. I was going away. That is a decent little jaunt to have to drive every day. Around here too, especially when the weather's bad and stuff. $30-minute trip just for beer. Stocking up. Might as well just grab a keg. Little pony keg. A crypto wallet, like a hard wallet or a soft wallet, like one you can store on a USB key, or like a website, an app like Coinbase. I just use Coinbase for everything. They have also the biggest, pretty much the biggest selection of crypto too. Crypto.com's a decent one, but I just like Coinbase. It's pretty easy to use. Denied every upload on my PC. Oh my god. I have to store it on a hard wallet and then just transfer it into your Coinbase. Get a little USB stick. Yo, Aussie with the biddy! Hell yes! Thank you, Oss. Aussie Joanne. I have another Oss in here, so I need to probably call you Joanne. I dig the security in it, though. It is a very secure platform. What's nice about a hard wallet is, you unplug it from your PC and don't plug it in. That's pretty much the best security you can get. However, if that USB key fails or gets corrupted, then you might have just lost a lot of money. Make like 10 copies of that sucker. Yo, Realms, Gamer Realms with Prime. Yeah. Boom. Thank you. Appreciate you. I gotta love that Prime. I just love that I keep my Prime, and I usually go out and find somebody new every month just to support someone new. I have subscribed a couple times to different RPers, GTA RPers that I like, but they're so big anyway. They're in their 20s and they're multimillionaires. Like, wow. Day maybe. Someday. I don't even want millions. I just want to be comfortable. You know? Not living one new set of tires away from being financially insolvent. Change it from Prime to tier. Oh, cool. I had no idea you could do that. That is so wicked. And streaming for 2 years, and I've never known that. Look at these pain meds. I got my pain specialist appointment next Friday coming up. Hopefully he has good news that Medicare has finally approved the stimulator. They should this time. It sounded like they were going to. Probably be out of streaming for a few days when they cut me open and stick that sucker in. Saw a video that claimed Amaranth is making 50K a month for Twitch. I'm not a fan of stuff. Oh, she's making a lot more than 50K. She's making a lot more than 50K. Maybe 50K on subs. But she's making a lot more than that. Ads and her base contract. She's smart about it though. She's a businesswoman. She owns gas stations. She took a lot of her money and invested it. I don't know why gas stations. Why a fossil fuel? That's I would have wanted something renewable maybe. All that just for hanging out in a bikini. That's what I was telling you earlier, Amanda, about the bikini streamers. Amaranth is the biggest name out there when it comes to basically sex work is what it is. She's just not actually. And then she has her OnlyFans. I wonder what else she does there. Oh, businesswoman. I can't hate on her for it. She's making that money and she's not out actually giving. The only thing I don't like is Twitch is a platform designed, marketed, and targeted at kids. So most of her viewers are probably like 13 to 20 years old. And, you know, okay, they're on the internet. They can probably just hop onto Pornhub, you know, unless the parents have some sort of blocking. But, so it's out there. I guess I respect her for at least wearing clothes. Some clothes. Bid at the right time. Ah, true. Gas prices are going to get worse, but the world is slowly moving off of fossil fuels right now, even though we're still incredibly dependent on them. I would have put up I would have bought some land, put up a bunch of solar panels, and sold electricity back to the electric company. Mila, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Come on in. We are just waiting on a scammer who probably fell asleep. She's got a lot of simps. And she's gorgeous. Incredibly gorgeous. I just have a feeling she's really high maintenance. It's got to be brand names, luxury names. Stephanie sent you? Oh my God, Stephanie. Stephanie is awesome. Well, she sent you to the right place. I do chat style baiting as opposed to the phone calls. I'm out on Twitter. And most of these are advanced fee scams. They're posing as sugar mommies and sugar daddies. And they're saying, hey baby, I want to give you $5,000 as your allowance. But first, you have to pay a fee. Oh, yo, Angelic. Oh, damn. She tweeted about me in all caps. Stephanie. I love Steph. Angelic with another gifty to Mila. Welcome. Thank you. Angelic. I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm not used to this. Literally 90 days ago, I was a 2 to 3 viewer, maybe. Wow. Oh my God, am I at 100? Oh my God, wait. Angelic, you're gonna make me cry again. Yo, Lethal's in the house. Angelic, you put me over 100 subs. I've never done that before. Not even close. Not even close. I'll try not to cry again, okay? Oh my God, I was talking about solar panels. That's my thing. Right on. Oh my God, I'm at 105. We started the night at 89. I have to go pee. We'll go with that one. Oh my god. This is crazy. Wait, I'm on your payment. He's chatting with other victims right now and doing their fake screens. Oh my god. Like there's a few streamers who I always saw on Twitter and Twitch, and I was like, wow, those are really big streamers. Like, wow, I would dream of being that big. And there's a website. Send your Cash App like this, baby. Called Twitch Tracker. My QR code. Okay. Twitch Tracker has like an algorithm that they rank all Twitch streamers, and then you get a ranking. And I compared, and my ranking was higher than theirs, like better than theirs. I was like, "You're what? Huh? Are you kidding me?" Omar, good morning from Ireland. Oh, nice. Top of the morning to ya. Twitch Tracker is a really cool little site. We're going to be moving up inside the top 50,000 ever on Twitch. Like, that's huge. 5 hours and it'll be 2023. Oh my goodness. 5 hours will be 8 a.m. Oh, I hope we're still not live at 8 a.m. But who knows? Angelic's here. Nine, 10 a.m. in Ireland? Hot whiskeys today. There's millions, DJ. Millions. Well, I think when I read it was like 7 or 8 million. How many total streamers on Twitch a day? Twitch gets over 15 million unique visitors on an average of 1.1 million active streamers daily. This is my day off too. I had too much energy. I had to burn it. Hey Realms, have a good night. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for the sub. Awesome. You are awesome. 1.1 million. And I'm in the top. I moved up to 53,263. See what scammer payback. Let's see what scammer payback. Rogie is 5,000. So he's got 50,000 spots on me. What about Deo? Deo is 23,000. You have the coolest I do have the coolest logo. Harvey Dent. What's his Twitch name? What's his actual... Is it Harvey Dent for DA or Harvey Dent? Top one? The Harvey Dent for DA? The last one with the Okay, Harvey is 29,000. Let's see. Paul is 15,000. Wow. Artifice is way up there. Art's in the top 10. Oh, what did I do? Artifice 1 is his Twitter. He's 20,000, so he's 3 ahead of Paul. Oh, the Battle Royale, it's just a little fun thing between all the avatars. Pierogi was, we just looked him up. He was 5,000 some, like 5,300 some. The transaction is not complete. For transaction pending requires for 62 completed. Something like that, baby, there. The tag that I give you to send the money is not good, baby. What? Is my money gone? You have to send it back to me first, then I'll pay the 60. No, we send you back. Oh, you're fine, Joanne. He figured out he didn't get his money. That's all right. It's been completed. Oh yeah, Kit will be way up there. I'll bet Kit's in the top, probably 1,000. If not higher. 356. Oh yeah, Kit streams on Twitch. Modern Paul was 23,000. 356. Let's see the time though. I'm putting in way more. I'm putting in twice as much time as Kid is. Way more. I am the hardest working scambaiter on Twitch. Ooh, he took a big dip right here. What happened? Let's see the hours I've put in. Gets a little shy. He is. He's such a huge big-hearted guy. Look at these hours. 9, 6.5, 6, 5, 7, 6.5, 6.5, 6, 8, 3.5, 7.5, 7.5, 6.5. Come on now. Jigsaw. $38,000. Ooh, we're coming up on Jigsaw. Yes, baby, you never complete. You have to send the 60 to receive all, baby. Baby, are there. I'm kind of confused. Oh, fun guy. $22,000. Oh wow. Oh wow. That's a grand higher than Paul and $2,000 behind Art. CJ doesn't stream on Twitch. Not that I'm aware of. She does? Is it CJ underscore scams? Aha! Oh my god. Okay. I learned something new again today. She's not even rated. If they don't crack the top million, they don't get a number. Yeah, she's not active. Not like she is on YouTube. And she took a new job, so she's a lot busier. The gal. No, baby, not be confused, babe. Everything will be alright. Once you send the 60, you receive it immediately, baby. But I send you another tag that we send the 60, baby. What's the tag? Oh, what's Tagao's tag? Or what's his Twitch? I knew she was on. I knew she had the morning show on YouTube. I didn't know she was on Twitch too. Scammer. 15,000. Oh my god. Somewhere they describe the rank. And then down here they give other numbers like the top percent of Twitch, and then your English channel, your overall rank. Damn, they got 44,000 followers. Sheesh. Oh yeah, he was away for a while. Look at that. He didn't really decline much though. That's pretty impressive. Wow, look at that. 736 to 3,900. Hold on, baby. Shit. $60. And it's a new tag. Ah, crap. What is going on here? Copy. There we go. I will catch up with you in just a second, chat. Ah. Hold on, baby. Baby. Daddy. I always wondered how CJ got the resources and stuff to be able to tap into the phones. That's really impressive. But yeah, Jim Browning would make sense. Jim is the GOAT. Jim is the Pele of Scambaiting. Rest in peace, Pele. Lost a great soul. Oh, this was the PantyDeal guy, wasn't it? Oh, update the time, I guess. Steely's not here to yell at me about updating the time. Where is Steely? He doesn't do the follow-ups anymore. He was on the UK version of Good Morning America? No kidding. Streaming over live. Streaming I got it. I got it better than that. Honest to God, I enjoy doing this and everything, but it may seem crazy how many days I stream, but this is literally like therapy for me. Before I found Scambaiting, I was literally in a 2.5 to 3 year depression, anxiety cycle since my divorce. And when I started Scambaiting, it started to feel good seeing them all get shut down and everything, and it literally lifted me up out of that. And so Scambaiting is more than just for fun and, well, now for income, but it's also for my mental health. Can you check the leaderboard for Battle Royale? I don't think so. You can check your stream avatar points, I think. To be honest, I don't mess around with them much to figure some of that out. Well, I want to change my guy again. What do I want? Kermit the Frog here. Bart. Oh, we got the Minecraft. Oh, we got the Joker. I want to see what that one looks like. But it doesn't feel like work at all. It doesn't feel like work. I feel like I'm just hanging out with y'all, having fun, pissing off some scammers. Father663. You can't see my phone. Yeah, that's right. That crashed, didn't it? That's alright. We can still do what we need to do. What a creepy name. Your payment. What do you want? I used it too much last night. Oh yeah, Miley, it's completely random. None of the, you can't even do any commands during the battle royal. It just does it all by itself. Yippers. Come on now. Work with me, paint. Boom. This was a quick one. Oh, I didn't do Father Jack though, did I? Or Father. It just says Father. I didn't that. Oh. Oops. Alright, I bet Scammer has lost their shit. Your money is about to done, baby. How do you get a dragon avatar? If you go into my about section, like below the video, I think if you're on the website, if you're on the app, I think maybe you tap on the screen and it pops up. Otherwise, I have a web link right there, and you can go and choose which ones you want. Oh, I was gonna change mine, wasn't I? I just added a whole bunch of new ones before the stream. Oh, I want to see the Pac-Man. Hold on the Battle Royal when this one's over. I want to change my, where's Pac-Man? And I want to see the Joker, too. Oh, we got the TARDIS, if there's any Doctor Who fans out there. We got more animals. Beavis and Butthead. Pac-Man. Eric Cartman. We have the Pooh emote. That's actually, I think, my favorite. I should be a pile of poo. Where'd I go? Where am I? Why don't I see a pile of poo? Oh, there I am. There I am. I'm on the bottom right. You got a little poo. Little pile of poo. Mr. Hanky would be a good one. Ooh, I should look for that one. What else do I want to see? I wanted to see the Joker. Cartman. Oh, Beavis and Butthead. Let's see. Oh, yo! Hold on. Hold on. Fun Ladybug. That's me. Active. Amelia Chris 729. Early restricted. Amelia Chris? Those don't sound familiar. Yeah, those aren't mine. Okay, Beavis and Butthead. Pac-Man. Where am I at? There I am. Yo! Yo! Pac-Man it is. Oh, the two you got? Nice. Oh my god, the Pac-Man is wicked. Gobble gobble. I'm gonna gobble up Queen's one of the little bad guys from Pac-Man. These guys are huge. A couple Mortal Kombat's going at it. Kempstis is looking solid here. Oh yeah, Kempstis for the win. I want to see the Joker. Susan looks like another Maya. Probably another Maya out there. Where's the Joker? Oh, oh, he's huge. When he runs. Nice. Alright, I'm going back to Pac-Man. Hartman. Does it change during... Nope. You can't change during a battle royal. Okay. 3:30. We are going to end up going to 5 again, aren't we? Oh, and we got Pepe. I forgot about Pepe. Yo, the Pepe meme frog. Wildflower with the big W. Oh, he's adorable. Oh, Pepe for the win. Ivan, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate ya. Why were you in such a hurry? And now we're just sitting here with our thumbs up our asses waiting for you. Darn it. Cheers. Dolphin from Minecraft. It's not in my Minecraft ones? Let me see. I can look right now, actually. I just have to shut them down while I do it. Hold the phone. No? It's not in there? Okay. Steam Workshop. Let's go Minecraft. Doll. Bin. Minecraft skins and mobs. German. Oh, wait. I don't have. We'll add this other Minecraft. I don't think it has the dolphin in it, though. Oh, here we go. Where are the characters? Got the cows. Creepers. Enderman. Superman Steve. Oh, these are cool. I'm gonna add these. I like the cows. Nope, no dolphins, unfortunately. Baby, no baby. All the money you send is fake, baby. Why do you do that? The money's not complete. What? No, I sent the money. Let's install that one. Download. Continue. Continue. Editing. I gotta find them. Bunch of them. Okay, this should be good. Princess Peach. Oh, I can get Princess Peach. Why your own not complete? I don't trust you, baby. Well, to be honest, I don't trust you either. Find a Princess Peach. Let's wait till we see what they do here. Oh, how much was the first fee? Shit. Wasn't it 20? $60. Yeah, it was 20. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? So you didn't send money and you are lying to me. Of course I didn't send you any fucking money. This... Oh, he didn't even want to hear it. Oh, he didn't even want to hear it. He didn't even want to hear it. I was typing as fast as I could to get that one in. That's funny. Alright, let's go find Princess Peach. You know what? Let's do this. Oh, it doesn't update. We'll poop on a stick. Alright, I can't show you that. Remove that. Okay. Workshop. Princess Peach. Pokemon? No, that's not Pokemon. Mario Party Advance. I see a princess. I see a couple princesses. That one looks like Peach in the pink dress. And then we got Super Mario Kart, but that doesn't have... Oh, it does have Peach. Would you rather have Super Mario Party or Mario Kart Peach? I imagine Peach is in a cart. Claps for you guys. You guys are the ones out there making reports. Oh, Paper Mario characters. Oh, those are neat. They probably don't move, though. Dragon Warrior 2? We'll do both. Why not? Give you a whole bunch of Peach to choose from. Do that. Let's add the paper ones. These are kind of neat. Alright, let me check, make sure they're not restricted. Okay, good. Yo, Mila. Have a good night. Thank you for enlisting in the army. You are now a scam fighting soldier. Alright, the new ones should be there. You might have to refresh your stream avatars box. I want to see what the cart ones look like. Mario Kart. Browser Kart. Browser? Bowser. He's in a cart. I'll be damned. Peach cart. Peach. Oh. He's so cute. Oh, I think you'll like that one, Angelic. Donkey Kong, no shot. Yo, I'm DK, baby. Oh, Donkey Kong for the win. Alright, one more. Just one. Let's do one more. Oh, I can't show. Still not sleepy yet. Big Daddy Core is back. Oh. Yes. Big Daddy Core. Let's find. I know I have this one. It's probably. I think it's under D. Daddy Core. Daddy Fur. Big Daddy. But that might be it. I know I've seen that core before. Daddy. Not gonna find it. Okay. Let me give you. It's to pop it up. It's exclamation point stream avatars. It should work, I think. I've never actually looked at the page. Oh, hell yeah. You have to. Oh, there they come. Oh, there's your stream avatar points on there too. 181,000. Cool. It does work. I hate late respond. Sheesh, he does not want to be on Twitter. John Smith. Oh, this is. Oh. Oh. This is such low hanging fruit. Let's crush this poor scammer's soul into a fine little powder. Stream avatars, yep. Those are the little guys on the bottom of the screen. Hello. I saw your tweet. Can you please help me? Oh, did you change it? Are you Peach? Yes, nice. Yeah, you got one. Everybody's got one. Who's Stone Cold? Amanda's the Ultimate Warrior. They used to limit the number of avatars you could add to your list, but now you can just add tons of them. Am I still here? I think you're here. Your avatar's here. Yep, you're on the left side. You're Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat. You're way to the far left one now. It's got your... And it puts your chat above it too, if you noticed. Do. Da, da. This is insane. I'm looking at my stream history, and we're literally almost at the highest. Literally almost the highest earning day. Or like my best day. We're off by like what? $9. Wow, that's insane. You guys are way too good to me. Way too good to me. The stinky, smelly old regular guy. I don't shower as much as I probably should. I probably wear clothes too long before I should wash them. Not underwear though. I do change my undies. Not an animal. Just a guy. I don't think this fish is gonna bite. Like sugar mommy. Wow, his bot is active as hell though. Big Daddy Core. Good sugar mommy. I'm Sugar Mommy from California. DM with your Cash App tag now or PayPal to get spoiled now. Oh, March 2021. Game on. I'm just an old lump of coal. Confessions, right? Bad grammar is always, you're exactly right. One of the many red flags of a scammer is absolutely piss poor English. For being an American. I saw your tweet and read. Oh my God. They messaged me. I followed them and they messaged me. My bad habit is dishes. I'll like 8-10 meal up before I wash them. Same here. I even have a dishwasher. I just never use it anymore, just to save water. I use a lot of just recyclable paper plates and stuff to save on dishes, except for silverware. I don't like using plastic silverware. It's just so flimsy. Oh my God, we got 2 of them on the hook. Yes, baby, I help you, baby. Oh, we'll take you. I choose you. My God. Thank you so much. I was getting really scared because I didn't know what to do for money. You can't help but take that bait, right? When you sound desperate, oh, they like desperation. We were in our 20s. God, if only we were in our 20s again. Holy shit. Are you on WhatsApp or Telegram to talk more better, baby? No, I don't use those chat apps. I met a guy on one of those once, and he raped me. Please. I don't want to even think about those. I have PTSD and could have a seizure. Is it okay if we chat here? Anyone who says no to that is an absolute scum piece of shit human. It happened just a few months ago. Oh, paper plates are beautiful. Doesn't that make you feel special? And you can get those like thicker, not like cardboard, but they're a thicker paper, so they're not just like a fucking soft shell taco. You're an angel. Angle. You're an angle. You're an angled angel. Are you on PayPal or Cash App? I use Cash App. I'm banned on PayPal. My ex-boyfriend was using them to sell windshield wipers that couldn't wipe and fell off in the wind and got me banned. Just Cash App and my bank account. Alright, let's see if we can run a prediction here. Looks like we got an advanced fee scam. Dixie. Dixie is the gold standard name in paper plates. And those little cups. You had one randomly fly off? That would be, shoot, that would make me crap my pants. I text you directly on my phone message? No, I don't give that out either. I'm so sorry. I'm just so scared and paranoid still. That monster really robbed the life from me. I just literally just had one of my wipers, like the main part that contacts the windshield and does the squeegeeing, like that strip came off and flew off on the highway. And it like slapped the windshield the whole way up, and I was like, oh, Jesus. So I need a new wiper now. Probably just replace them both. They were kind of old. I should probably do that before it snows again. It's crazy that at 4 in the morning I can still pull 20 viewers. It's nuts. Nuts. You guys are awesome. Rain-X wipers. They're a little more expensive, but man, you really get what you pay for. Rain-X wipers are the shit. I should probably get the ones that have like they're made for the snow and stuff. It's like filled in the middle, so it moves more material, snow. This is you? Yes, that's me. I changed my Cash App name so people wouldn't recognize me. I was getting death threats. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just a train wreck. Some days I even think about laying down on the tracks. Well, never mind. Let's go super thick on this one. I think this is a newbie. Or newish. I really, really do. Well, no, they want to get off of here and they're pretty bad. So no, maybe not. Maybe not. This one's the newbie. That's right, the John Smith guy. December 2022. One following, one follower. Super thick. I still want to get a scammer to be like, you know what, never mind, let's not do this. I want to see if I can just trip one scammer's, if they have any brain cells left that can process ethics and morals. I just want to see if we can get one of those to fire. Oh wait, did that renew? Who tried charging $5 on Apple at 4 a.m.? Thank God I got my card turned off. To be honest, I want to bait a gay scammer. That's never been done. Who probably has. You just probably wouldn't know they're gay. WWUY. What does that mean? Huh? Yeah, I mean, unless they were... I don't want to say something and sound like stereotyping, but unless they were like really flaming, you probably wouldn't even tell. With the accent and everything. Scammer face palm the keyboard, right? What the hell does that mean? But into the same point, if they don't want to give up their cover, you know, telling someone I can't help you, oh, I'm sorry, I can't help you. After I've told you all that, now you can't help me? It's kind of a catch-22. Oh, oh, oh my God. Oh my God. That much money will change my life. Oh God. Thank you so much. I can finally have the surgery done to remove the breast cancer. This poor girl has had it rough. I want to do with older woman. Oh, I don't being old. Yeah, I want to do a romance game so badly, but a text-based one, because that would span out over more than just one stream. That would go on for days. How I would fake the gifts and stuff, though, I don't quite know. Because they're expecting the transaction to come through, and we're on a short time frame. These scammers really move quick compared to most tech scams and stuff like that. But that would, over a romance scam, if I'd send a fake Cash App payment, they're going to have days to wait for that payment. Get cold again. Oh my God, I don't want to see my electric bill. All my appliances, furnace, AC, water heater, everything's electric in this house. Ay, 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 the heating bills. Billy's last video. I haven't seen that one, Sonic. I'll have to check that out. Headache's coming back. Oh, I'm sorry, Jam. Hey, thanks for hanging out. It's good to see you. Yeah, this will be the last one when we finish this one. No more one mores after this one. It's completed, baby. You have to pay 15 to add it. Hell, we could actually even reveal right here, but oh my God, another one. This one was, why did you, wait. So you blocked me and came back for more? I don't take shit, that's why I blocked you. Pussy. Fee payment. Phoebe. Phoebe payment. There we go. I just pity you, baby. You shouldn't. And quit calling me baby. I'm a guy. It's creepy but hilarious at the same time. I'm one more out. I make more money doing this than you will make in a year from scamming. Wait, did they give me the tag? Do I send it? Hope you feel better, Jam. My job, baby. I report directly to Twitter support. Would you like to know anything else? If I sleep, yeah, right? I probably should take my nightly meds. Be easier to wind down. Teresa 2022 T. Oh my god. Oh wow, that is incredibly ironic and sad. I have a feeling this one's gonna have a freaking... Yep. Alright, got 2 screenshots. No. You're a scam. You send fake Cash App screens like I did, but mine are way better than yours. Alright, let's make some of those fake screens, shall we? Oh, whoa. Teresa Schroth. Hit it again. All right. Yes. Yes, I did. Bingo. She was saying all that in front of Trilogy's black cameraman editor. Whoa, yo, that's a bit too far. Professional didn't say anything though. Yeah? Too good at these edits. These edits have came from a long progression and evolution of learning to edit and just practicing. I used to do while I first started doing them on the website and doing just editing the HTML. And too many scammers have never seen the Cash App website, so they kept calling those screens out. So then I learned to do white ones, like on the phone, but too many scammers have never seen dark mode in Cash App, so they kept calling them out as fake, or light mode in Cash App. So eventually I figured out how to do the black ones, the black screens, and actually get them directly in from Cash App instead of just doing them all in a photo editor or an image editor. And they're way better and they're way faster. Way faster. Hey, Kimstus. We're glad you found us too. Oh, we can report this one, by the way. If anybody's down, we'll toss it out there. We'll put it down here too. Oh, we'll hold. Oh, we'll hold. Yeah, we'll definitely hold. Doing nothing but holding. Same here. I hate light mode. I don't even know why they even offer it anymore. Just everything should just be dark mode. I can report pretty quickly too. I could probably do that in my sleep. Shoo me. Oh, that's a good one. Shoo me screenshot you're actively on your Cash App. Shoo me. Oh, I got you, scammer. I got you. On a WebP. Okay, here you go. Let me shoe you. Wanted me to shoe them, so I did. Send me, what is that, baby? You said shoe me, so I showed you a shoe, right? Yo, Passion, thank you for reporting. Hell yes. In your Cash App activities. Then don't ask for shoes then. I friggin' love shoes. Yo, thank you for reporting, Timpstus. I would say this has been a successful night. Oh man, the subscriber list is getting so long. I love it. I love it. It's been a great night, really, it has. Okay, baby, the payments was 99% right now, baby. You have to pay $10. What? No, channel points don't really help me out. You earn them free, and they're just kind of for fun, to do fun stuff. It's more of a viewer reward than a channel point. Than a earnings thing. Why is there another fee? What's this fee for? I love that you guys go out and report. Oh, did we have... Yeah, how much was that? 15, right? Oof. Oh yeah, 86% win. Nice. You make it to successfully, baby. Well, they can spell successfully right, but they can't spell show. Cash App doesn't have that, like 99% completed. It's either pending or completed. You said it would be completed after the first fee. Trust me. Trust me. I can't scam you. Scam? Wait. Are you a scammer? I saw something about this on the news. Nee. No. Right. Prove it. I'm real sugar mummy. Oh, you're a mummy, alright. We're gonna wrap you up and bury you. You can't scam me. Seems like you're doing a damn fine job, right? And we're not gonna do any more fake screens. Oh my. I just accept 5,000 tanks. Mummy, I receive now, mummy. Mum, I'm really happy I received. They all have at least one word misspelled in the message, except for the bottom one. So at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, $55,000 supposedly. How much have you given out tonight in total? Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Heck yes. OBS didn't crash tonight. That's a victory. How much? We'll hit that after the cigarette. $50 grand. Wow. 50 stacks to random strangers? They're even out of line. Look. Oh, let's call them out on that. Oh, let's call them out on that. Hold on. I want to show you something. I'm glad you pointed that out, Passion, because I didn't even catch anything funny until I really looked at it. Woo! This should be interesting. Look at this Bush League picture editing. The damn times don't even line up. That the best you can do? A good one. That was a good one. That was a good catch. I really want to hear this excuse. Please indulge us. Indulge? That's not right. Indulge. Kimmy, well played. I swear to God, Amanda Parker sent. No, there's no way they sent 300. That's fake. That's fake. Once you sent the $10 now, you received your payment now. I probably shouldn't be pointing out the errors in their photos, but it's just too fun right now. Oh, seriously. This isn't even a real Cash App button. Yeah. We won't. We'll just do it with this one. Just for the fun of it. It would be funny to see them try to fix it. And see what they come up with. Would you like to take a few minutes and fix your fake screens and then show them to me again? Oh shit. Sorry. I have a feeling this is going to be a very stupid scammer when we reveal. It's just incredibly stupid. It's a yes or no question. We have just taken total control of this conversation now. We always relinquish control to the scammer to play along. Oh, we just took control of this one. Even duct tape can't fix it. You know it's fucked if duct tape can't fix it. What did I do? Oh. Jesus. It's like, I could do this scam better than they could, for God's sakes. You're getting a lot closer to a real screen, but that last one still has some errors. Total rookie. Have you even been running this scam very long? No. We are doubling up on the balsamic tonight, folks. I am gonna sleep like a rock. Hopefully, actually. The most wasteful medicine packaging in the world. Absolutely, totally unnecessary. Tell you a little secret. Don't tell him. Well, most of them have errors. I could call them out on a lot. Yeah, there's nothing. This happens because this is your first payment on my business account, baby. And I will add your account to my payroll account. And once you're been added, you're getting your money. And you will be receiving your weekly allowance without any issues, baby. Oh, yeah, sciatic nerve issues. That's bad. Those hurt. Those sting. Hear my secret or not? Baby, don't be scared. I won't do anything that will make you feel sad. I would make you realize that you've met the right person in your life. I'll make you feel like a queen. Tell me more. Do you have any more affirming copy pastes like those two? Ding dong. Have a good night. That's bad timing. Thank you for hanging out. Whoa. Gifted. I'm pretty sure I have dropped a few IQ points since I've been reading all these damn scammer messages. I can't wait to actually find one that... There's been a couple that have been pretty good. But literally that's a couple out of a couple hundred. I always kind of label those the dangerous ones because some of the red flags aren't there. Or they're not as blatantly apparent. My back is a cornucopia of back problems. I don't know, some of you guys might not have seen this yet. Let me show you something. I sometimes send this picture, it's an x-ray, to scammers to, try to make them feel bad. However, this is an actual x-ray of me. Images. Oh yeah, we're zoomed in. Let's go to cropped. That's actually my x-ray. I am actually disabled. I don't share it a whole lot. I don't mind talking about it. It is what it is. I can't change it, and talking about it isn't going to change anything. But I don't also beat it into people because I'm not fishing for sympathy or anything. But that is me. Nobody, Jam, who's in here, he actually has a lot more hardware than I do. Yeesh. I feel bad for that dude. Damn near his whole spine is fused. MRI my lower back. Those are always exciting. I've had 20, 25 MRIs in my life. The machines are getting better, though. They're getting better. Some of the really older ones, oh man, they're so loud. Competent chiropractor. That's a nice thing to have. It's almost noon in Nigeria. Wow. You shouldn't be sleeping. Joanne is back. Welcome back. You came back for more. You missed us. Yeah, get my ears on you. Creepy like that. That's alright. That's the good creepy. This scammer's coming back or not? Yeah, bitch. Not done yet. Oh yeah, there's lots. Actually, we can do the paperwork too. They never end. Scammers run 24/7 on Twitter. Sadly. DED. Right here. Zero 848 4 2 years. Oh yes, we are reporting them. I'll give you the link to this one in a second, if you would like it. We reported them earlier, but I'm always down for getting some more. I love seeing new names and faces, but I love seeing new names and faces that are out there reporting. I think I love. Whoops. I think I love that even more. There, got it. I don't think they're coming back. Used to deal with the romance scammers, not shortage of them. Yep. God, there's just so many scammers. Isn't it sickening? Keep selling them? Yep. Yippers. That's really, the most you can do is report and then hope that the support teams do their job. Yeah, you probably did, Kinstis. It's probably the same one. 15 tonight. Nice. Well, you'll read this when you wake up. Poor little scammer guy is all tuckered out and sleepy. No. My job is to make your life hell. Studio mode. Oh, here we go. Let's see if it all fits. Come on. I don't think the scammer's coming back. I really do think they fell asleep. I really do. One sec. Some of them do. Well, it fits. I'll be damned. It's kind of a pity we can't see them. I would love to see some of their faces when they read the reveal. Oh God, that would be so great, wouldn't it? Oh, so my Nigerian friend that we've had on the stream before is a reformed scammer. We're in the works of getting the plans ironed out to have him on again. But we're going to do it a little differently this time. Instead of doing an interview and asking him questions, what we're going to do is bait. And as we're going through the bait, I'm going to have him describe what a scammer would be thinking or doing throughout the scam, just to kind of get that immersive kind of 360 view of the entire scam. I think it'll be really cool. Really cool. Something that you probably has never really been done with any scam bait. Alright, well, he's not coming back. Let's work on our thumbnail. Jesus in the manger. Do I have a picture for that? Maybe Jesus, maybe? Manger. I don't have a baby Jesus in the manger. I say that a lot. How can I not have one? Well, let's go get one. I think I did. I think we broke them. We have worn some completely out before. Some of them will get to the end of we'll get late in the bait, and they'll be like, "I'm tired. Can we chat tomorrow?" And I'm just like, "Oh, you're too tired to steal? Oh, excuse me for inconveniencing you." Here. That one looks pretty nice. Manger. This is something I'm gonna have to do anyway, so might as well do it live. Or bored him to death. That's possible. All very possible. All right, then let's do. Oh, we had PantyDeal. I have one for that. So we'll do Jesus in the manger, PantyDeal, joining hands. I have a holding hands, I think. Hashtag hands for Jesus. I thought I did. Well, I'll be damned. Oh, what looks neat? Oh, that one's neat. Actually, kind of symbolic too. Free download. Sweet. So we got holding hands, PantyDeal, Jesus in the manger. Oh, and shoe me. Just over 3 hours until midnight. Ooh, you're getting close. Excuse me. You're getting close. Oh, I do. I have a loyalty feed, but it's a little different. All right, let's go over here. Do. Okay, then resize 300. That's a big one. Oh my lord. I need to put a cross on it because it's holding hands for Jesus. So let's do this. Will work. Oh, that's not the T I'm looking for. I get just a plain T. There. That looks like a cross. What was the other one I downloaded? Or was that it for downloaded? We did Jesus in the Manger, Joining Hands, Hands for Jesus. 1, 2, PantyDeal. Oh, and the shoe. Oh, this one's gonna be tricky. It's gonna fill in the laces. I really like this shoe picture though. We're gonna need a different picture. I just don't want to spend that much time on a little thumbnail picture. Oh, perfect. Well, kind of perfect. Oh, these are nice. Is it free? Oh, bingo. Oh, nice ping. Free download. Why? Nope. Nothing. No blocks, no messages, no nothing. Literally, they fell asleep. Wow. You're horrible at your job, scammer. I highly suggest quitting. Who throws a shoe? Really? Come on. I can't remember what movie that's from. Or Went Home. Actually, these scammers, Joanne, they're not like in a call center or a business or something like that. How these scams work is someone sees their buddy in Nigeria's got a bunch of money, and they're like, "Where are you getting this money? Where'd you get a job?" And like, "Oh, I'm scamming." And so well, I want to do that. Send me the text or the script. So they send them the script, and all these scammers pretty much are doing it at home on their phones in their own time. So it's a really different beast from what most people know of scamming. The Scambaiting community, 64. Is it really 64? Has a lot to learn about these, and even myself, I'm still learning every day. Can never have too much knowledge. Alright, we had Jesus in the Manger. Hands for Jesus. A lot of Jesus theme tonight, huh? They really laid it on thick with the God stuff. Well, I guess we did too. PantyDeal. Oh, panties. Last but not least, shoe me. That's why I always try to explain and kind of teach a lot, because there's so much that's new and unique, and I can share a lot of what I've learned with a lot of others, because knowledge and awareness is a Scambaiter's best tool to preventing scams. So the more knowledge you can pump out there, the higher the level of awareness you can achieve. Kind of like herd mentality, immunity. Boom. There is our thumbnail. One last check on our scammer. And we got nothing. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, stream time of death, Saturday, December 31st, 2022, 5:07 a.m. We did it. There's a few people here. A lot of people are in lurk mode or fell asleep and it's playing in the background. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for the biddies, the subs. Oh my god, angelic. If you're still here, thank you so much. You are truly an angel. You are a sugar mama. Happy New Year, everybody. Joanne, it will be New Year for you shortly. We still got 22, 17, 16, some, almost 17 hours to go. Okay, whatever that's about. We'll be back tomorrow, Sunday, doing what we do. We will be baiting into the new year. So, come celebrate, come have some fun. Again, thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you for the chats. It's been fun. It's been productive and fun. And, yeah. So, stay awesome, stay warm, stay you. And we will see you next time. Peace.